Evening, regular board meeting, Tuesday, November 28, 2023. Attendance, Luz, Claire is online and Anisha is online, but she cannot open the camera because of issue on there. Sean, you don't know, he may join because of he is on the fire truck now, and the rest everybody is present right now. National anthem, Madam Director.
To the chair, we will stand for the playing of the national anthem. While we're waiting for audio, I will share with you that the national anthem for tonight's meeting is performed by the Notre Dame Catholic Secondary School Concert Band and Concert Choir under the direction of teacher Tara Nadell. Students range from grades 9 to 12. They represented the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board at the Music Fest National Finals last year and brought home a gold medal for band and a silver medal for choir.
Next item is declaration of
Through the chair, it's
Your chair. Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Yes.
Can I? I can hardly hear you. But I just want to say thank you to the Notre Dame choir for performing for us this evening, and kindly convey our sincere thanks to the teacher as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, the next agenda item is the opening prayer.
A opening prayer leads by Carol D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's begin with a sign of our faith. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, our Father in heaven, from whom all goodness and truth on earth have come forth, grant to us, the Catholic community gathered at this meeting, the vision to recognize and the vigor to espouse sound principles of educational theory, practice in the spirit of balanced judgment, and the proper perspective. Give us also the courage to turn always onto the path of higher goodness in our deliberations, administrative decisions, and courses of action. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Spirit.
Through the chair, 3A is the declaration of office and the student trustee oath. And so I'm going to welcome Chris. Christopher Joseph is a grade 12 student at St. Martin Catholic Secondary School as a third-year honor roll student. He has also been an active member of his local student council for the past 2 years. Christopher is a Link Crew leadership member and an active DECA member as well. He enjoys sports and is currently the captain of his soccer team and plays on his school senior boys soccer team. While Christopher enjoys soccer, he also enjoys playing other sports such as basketball, football, swimming, rock climbing, and bowling. He actively volunteers in his community by distributing food to the less fortunate and also packaging large containers of food and clothing to be shipped off to developing countries. Christopher travels often with his family, listens to music, and likes trying new foods. Already thinking of post-secondary, he aspires to pursue a career in civil engineering. Christopher hopes to encourage his fellow students to voice their opinions freely and to effectively communicate their opinions while also supporting them in deepening their faith. Welcome, Christopher. Please join me.
I, Christopher Joseph, do solemnly declare that I am not disqualified under any act from being a student trustee of Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. I will truly, faithfully, impartially, and to the best of my ability, execute the office of student trustee, and that I have not received and will not receive any payment for reward or promise thereof for the exercise of any partially or malversation or other undue execution of the said office, and that I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, as required by in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Declared before me at the City of Mississauga in the province of Ontario this day, 28th of November, 2023. I, Christopher Joseph, will undertake as my duty as a student trustee of this board, use my best efforts and all reasonable means to promote the continued protection of the denominational rights and privileges of Roman Catholics as recognized by the law and guaranteed by Section 93 of the Constitution Act, 1867, and of the continued provision of a fair share of education funding and of such other measures as the board from time to time deems necessary. Declared before me at the City of Mississauga in the province of Ontario this day, November 28th, 2023.
We're going to have Christopher sign his declaration of oath, and then if the vice chair of the board and the trustee for St. Martin's would like to come forward to have a picture with Christopher, we'll arrange. Chair of the Board and the trustee for St. Martin.
I could, first and foremost, congratulate young man Christopher. But trustee Del Rosario is also a trustee for St. Martin's, and unfortunately, she could not be here, but I know that if she could, she most definitely would have enjoyed the picture.
He's laughing there and.
I know she's smiling and congratulating Christopher as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is land acknowledgement. Today, land acknowledgement lead by Stefano Pascucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We begin by acknowledging that the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that creation gives to provide us with life. This land upon which we live, work, and sustain ourselves is the ancestral and treaty lands of the Mississauga and Anishinaabe, also known today as the Mississaugas of the Credit, rightful caretakers and title holders of this land. We also recognize that this land is rich in pre-contact history and relationships, which include the Anishinaabe and the Onagahangwe. And since European contact has and continues to become home for the indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. As a responsible community, we believe all people are sacred and possess inherent and immeasurable worth and dignity. Colonialism displaced and dispossessed indigenous peoples of their ancestral lands and continues to deny their basic human rights, dignities, and freedoms. We are committed to the sacrament of reconciliation, making reparations, and fulfilling our treaty obligation, duties, and responsibilities as outlined in the Nagana Dish with One Spoon Wampum. This treaty governs and affirms that we actively maintain mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respect the care for the land, water, animals, and each other in order to guarantee a good life for our future descendants.
Thank you, Stefano. Next item is approval of agenda. We have to add L5B to the agenda for in camera.
Mr. Chairman, there's an issue I'd like to bring forward, involves one of my community areas. I'm gonna ask you through the director for you, should I wait till Q&A at that point? To make it-
Through the
Would you kindly speak a little louder? I can't hear.
Thank you. Madam Chair, should I wait till that, sorry, Madam Director, should I wait until that time? Should add it to the agenda?
Through the chair, let's do it through questions and answer.
Thank you, Liz.
And
Through the chair, can we go back to item L5B,
Yeah.
which would be in addition to the agenda, and it would require a motion to add it to the agenda and the majority of trustees to support adding it to the
Okay.
agenda.
so you had to move, somebody had to
Could I
move.
move? I move, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Luz and second by Bria. All in favor? Anybody oppose? Carried.
And through the
Now-
chair, the other information regarding the agenda is detailed on the taupe sheet. So the correction to H2, the revision to
Of-
G2 and
L4.
L4A will be distributed
Yeah.
at the meeting.
Already is adding the agenda.
That's correct. They're already in the agenda. They're supports for the agenda. So
now
now it
the-
would be approval of agenda.
The main agenda, so moved by and Daryl and second by Bruno. All in favor? Anybody oppose? It's carried. Next item is approval of the minutes of regular board meeting, October 24th. Any addition, corrections? Any deletion, anything? Looks like nothing, so move forward.
Through the
Approval
chair,
of-
it's approval of the minutes.
Approval of the minutes
Need
of.
approval.
Pardon me?
You need approval of those minutes.
Okay, moved by Stefano and second by Herman. All in favor? Next item is approval of minutes of,
Through the chair, you need to ask for opposed.
anybody opposed? It's all in, okay. Next item is approval of minutes of organizational meeting, November 21st, 2023. Any addition, deletion? Not, moved by Daryl and second by Paula. All in favor? Anybody opposed? No, it's carried.
Through the chair, section B is pastor's remarks. This evening, I'm pleased to bring via video this evening Monsignor Shields' presentation. The topic this evening is called Remembering.
Remember me when you come into your kingdom, Jesus. Remember me when you come into your kingdom, Jesus. Remember me when you come into your kingdom, Jesus. Remember me when you come into your kingdom.
My friends, this evening we will have some prayerful thoughts about remembering. Since this month we remember the women and men who gave their lives for our freedom, and also to remember our hearts for the holy souls, since we celebrate All Souls Day. You know and I know that remembering is part of our daily routine as human beings. What to do and plan today, when to go, time to meet someone, what needs to be said, hoping I say the right thing with the utmost of care, being sensitive to others' feelings. And so as trustees committed to Catholic education, you have so much to be accounted for in your discussions and sharing of ideas and looking for good results in our schools and among our students and teachers. Yes, my friends, God has called you here to work with our administrators and leaders who guide and move the lives of so many in our schools. When you think about this, it becomes so awesome to have that accountable trust with one another and pray for worthy solutions to whatever is happening in these meetings. God trusts your integrity and courage in giving such time, energy, and love to Catholic education. This evening, in a very special way, we remember with heartfelt thanks the men and women who sought our freedom and way of living, worked for peace and equality among our peoples, who embraced the valor and sacrifice of their own lives, that we may live in the sanctuary of trust and hope in our country. When you see the white, simple crosses in our cemeteries, you know that someone has left their imprint on our lives. We remember the sacrifices they made so that we could live life in a vital and giving way. Yes, remembering becomes sacred as time moves on in our lives. We give thanks for the spirit of those who have gone before us in faith, our parents, our brothers, our sisters, our husbands, our wives, our children, our neighbors, all leave a space of memory and love in our lives. Yes, my good trustees and administrators, we have the lasting remembrance from Jesus, when every day we speak his words of Mass, "Do this in memory of me." Please, for a moment, just close your eyes and listen to these prayerful words. Christ Jesus, you understand the pain of loss, the grief that seems to take the air from our lungs. You are the resurrection and the life. All our hope is in you. Lord Jesus, may I find a way through the darkness to the light of your love, for you are the resurrection and the life. All our hope is in you. Christ Jesus, you wept at the death of your friend Lazarus. Now your compassion wipes the tears from our eyes. May we find comfort in reaching out to others who feel lost and alone. For you are the resurrection and the life. All our hope is in you. Amen.
Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom. Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom.
And Director, please convey the board gratitude for Monsignor Shield.
Through the chair, I will.
Next item,
Through the chair, we're moving to section C, which is awards and presentations. And this evening, I'm pleased to commend and thank Rory Keelty, who is a non-board member of our audit committee. We would like to recognize Rory Keelty for his commitment and service to the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board as an external member of the audit committee. Rory was appointed to the audit committee in September of 2017 and has served 2 full terms in the role for a total of 6 years. Throughout the 6 years, Rory's support and dedication to the audit committee has been tremendous. Rory is a chartered professional accountant and has extensive experience in public accounting and business operations. His education, experience, and understanding has been highly regarded and valued by the committee, and his genuine and personal approach, and the committee members and staff made it a pleasure to work with Rory. The Ontario Regulation for Audit Committees limits the number of consecutive terms that an external member can serve, and therefore Rory's role as an external member to Audit Committee ended in September 2023. We want to honor Rory for his service. It is with thanks and gratitude that we present Rory with a token of our appreciation, and I would ask Rory to come forward for a small gift and a photo op with our Audit Committee members, Trustee Bruno Ionica, Anisha Thomas, unfortunately, who's not able to be on camera this evening, and Thomas. And then we'll follow with all trustees. So congratulations and thank you, Rory. Through the chair, we're now moving to section E, which is reports from trustees for receipts. 1A is the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association report.
Who's- And Sean is
I think Trustee Sean Xavier will start and I'll follow through. Thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Trustee Luz Del Rosario. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. So for first report, from on behalf of the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, we have Catholic Education Week coming up for the year 2024. It's going to be from May 5th to May 10th. And this year's theme is "We are called to love." The big quote that we're going to be using for Catholic Education Week this year is, "If we love one another, God lives in us." Oxta has provided an electronic copy of the advanced kit for Catholic Education Week to all trustees within their email. It can be found. The second thing I wanted to also bring up is January 19th and 20th. Oxta is going to be having their 2024 Catholic Trustees Seminar. There are a few really good speakers, and the theme for this year's is Stewards of the Promise. So if you do plan on attending the Catholic Trustees Seminar, just ensure that you contact Michelle to register. It will be happening at the Delta by Marriott at the Toronto Airport location. The last thing that I just wanted to mention was Chair Luz Del Rosario had sent an email out to all trustees as the Oxta resolutions are once again required to be sent for consideration to Oxta for possible petitions to the Ministry of Education. The process of resolutions is one of the fundamental responsibilities of Oxta, and it provides member boards with the opportunity to shape the work of educators by raising awareness of important issues that have provincial implications. So the deadline for each board to send those resolutions is on February 9th, 2024. And that's it from my part. I feel like I may have stolen Trustee Del Rosario's part in regards to the Oxnard resolutions. But anything else to add?
Yes, I do. Just a couple of things. The Oxnard Board of Directors are meeting on December 1 and 2, and we hope to provide you with more highlights based on the recent committee meetings that we have and that we could share with you once it's approved by the Board of Directors. And the only other thing I wanted to add is just a reminder to all your schools to please join the short video contest. It's hosted by Oxta, and the deadline to submit the video is on December 8th. It's for grades 4 to 12. That concludes our report, Mr. Chair. We are happy to answer any questions.
Have any question to TSPA directors? None, then we are moving to student voice report.
Through the chair, good evening trustees, staff, and public attendees. My name is Nathan Nguyen, the student trustee for DPCDSB North.
My name is Christopher Joseph, the newly elected student trustee for DPCDSB South.
Ni Bojo, Bailey Indigenous Cause, Mississauga and Donjaba, Mohawk and Dow. My name is Bailey, the Indigenous Student Trustee for DPCDSB. We're grateful to be here before you all today as we present our latest student voice report.
Trustees and staff may notice an additional student sitting at the board table today. Well, on November 8th, we hosted the student trustee by-election for the Mississauga family of schools for the 2023 to 2024 school year. And as a result, we'd like to congratulate Christopher Joseph on a successful election. On behalf of Bailey and myself, we are super excited to work alongside you. And we're excited to see what we can accomplish this year. We'd also like to thank all the student trustee candidates who came forward on that day to represent their schools. We're showing an immeasurable commitment to Catholic education. Now I'd like to call upon Chris to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. So good evening. My name is Christopher Joseph, and I'm a grade 12 student at St. Martin Catholic Secondary School. I'm honored to be the newly elected student trustee for the Mississauga Family Schools. I'm a third-year honor roll student, and I've been an active member of student council for the past 2 years. I'm a link crew / leadership member, an active dective member for the past 2 years. I enjoy playing sports. I'm currently captain of my soccer team, and I play for the school's senior boys team. I also enjoy playing basketball, football, swimming, rock climbing, bowling. I actively volunteer in my community by helping give out food to the less fortunate, and I also package massive containers with food and clothing to be shipped off to developing countries. I enjoy traveling with my family, listening to music, especially merengue, if you guys know what that is, and trying new foods. Going into post-secondary, I aspire to pursue a career in civil engineering. Lastly, my goal is, as a trustee, to encourage my fellow students to voice their opinions freely and effectively, communicate this information to the board. I'm also very serious about my faith and plan to stand for and uphold biblical values.
November 16th, we held a student senate meeting at Blessed Trinity Catholic Education Center. During this meeting, the student senate had the opportunity to meet Superintendent Belshar and highlight any questions they may have for her. Students felt inspired by Superintendent Belshar's commitment to deaf and peel. She was a student, teacher, administrator, and now a superintendent in the system. She took the time to tell us about herself and also to get to know some of the students present. Her interest in getting to know students demonstrates to us that she truly cares about the impact we can make and is a true advocate for uplifting student voice. At the meeting, the Student Senate took some time to develop a few proposals in the area of elementary student voice. We have gathered the information we needed through those conversations and will look at finalizing those proposals to bring forward shortly. We concluded the day in our working groups. On behalf of the Student Senate, we would like to thank Superintendent Belshar for her time, and we look forward to meeting with our senators again on December 14th.
To conclude our report, we'd like to share a few good news items that were shared with us since our last report. On November 10th, schools hosted Remembrance Day services throughout the school board. Most notably, St. Thomas Aquinas' rap vocal students performed during their liturgy, and students from Our Lady of Mount Carmel's Black Voices Lab gave a presentation about the discrimination Black soldiers experienced throughout the war. As part of a joint initiative with Eco Caledon, grade 5 students from St. John Paul II visited St. Mike's to learn about the environment And through this initiative, students were given the opportunity to learn that no matter one's age, we can all make a difference when it comes to protecting our planet. Finally, on October 18th, Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board celebrated its annual Bus Driver Appreciation Day, where St. Augustine baked cookies and gave gift bags to each bus driver. On behalf of Chris, Bailey, and I, we would like to thank all bus drivers for their hard work in ensuring that students get to school safely. That is the conclusion of our latest student voice report. We'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Do you have any question to the student trustees? Are you?
Question I have to ask, is that information going to be read into our minutes regularly?
Through the chair, yes, the student voice reports get read into the minutes.
Thank you.
Any other question? No other question, then moving on, good news report. One of my report is already there, and page 36 and 37, that is Toronto and the Regional Conservation Authority Christmas and winter activities. So you can go through that. So I'm not going to be reading anything. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. Today is known as Giving Tuesday, and Dufferin Peel has once again distinguished itself within the Archdiocese of Toronto as the leading school board in the GTA in our 2022-2023 Share Life campaign in both our employee and our school campaigns. 100% of our schools were able to contribute, support, and participate in various Share Life activities. So a very special thank you and recognition of the leadership goes out to the Share Life representatives in all of our schools and departments throughout the board. I want to thank everyone who's committed to supporting our charities as well. St. Vincent de Paul, Eden Food for Change, Dr. Simone's Canadian Food for Children, and there's many more. Your giving and Catholic Faith in Action helps to make a difference in many of the organizations serving our schools and communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've sent them to our recording secretary.
Stefano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Received an email last night from a very, very happy parent. Was surprised not to know about this earlier, but just bear with me for a second. So I found out last night that one of our students from St. Francis Xavier, grade 11 student in the IB program, is part of a robotics team outside of school. But he recently competed in the World Robotics Olympiad in Panama, November 7th and 9th. And his team received second place in the Future Innovators Seniors category. I believe there's over 90 different teams, and this is the first time that Canada has placed in the past 10 years. So I immediately called the school and congratulated told the principal and offered my congratulations, and I've also spoken to the parents as well. I'd like to put that into the minutes and to show how great we are. Thank you very much, and I'll send you the information.
Any more good news items? None. Madam Director.
Through the chair, we're now on section F, which is updates, information reports from trustees for receipt. F1 is the receipt of the minutes of the Administration and Finance Committee meeting of September 12, 2023 on page 38 of your agenda.
Any addition? Action? Then moving on, is it minutes of audit committee meeting on September 12, 2023? Any addition? Okay. And item number 3, receipt of minutes, contract negotiation committee meeting, May 2nd, 2023. Any change? Number 4, receipt of minutes, Special Education Advisory Committee meeting, September 13, 2023. Number item 5, receipt of minutes, Special Education Advisory Committee meeting, October 18, 2023. Any change? Any correction? Item number 6, receipt of minutes, Mississauga Traffic Safety Council meeting, May 31st, 2023. Item number 7, receipt of minutes, Mississauga Traffic Safety Council meeting, June 28, 2023. Item number 8, receipt of minutes, Mississauga Traffic Safety Council meeting, September 27, 2023. Change, nothing, no corrections. Madam Director, move on.
To the chair, G1 is a retirement tribute for Saliza Ribeiro, and I'd like to pay tribute. For trustees lies a retirement letter from Saliza Ribeiro, who's the principal of St. Leonard. Saliza came to Dufferin Peel in 1991, and over her 32 years with Dufferin Peel has served in the capacity as teacher, vice principal, and principal. Saliza began her career in Dufferin Peel at St. Timothy and St. Therese of the Child Jesus, as well as an academic literacy consultant for the board. In 2013, Saliza turned her attention to a bigger calling and became a vice principal at St. Luke. After 2.5 years as vice principal, she was appointed principal of St. Leonard and remained there for the duration of her career, having just started her 9th year at the school, from where she has decided to retire after a wonderful career as a servant leader. Throughout Saliza's career in Dufferin Peel, she's been a strong advocate for her students with deep love of children. Her commitment to student achievement and well-being, as well as her commitment to students' diverse learning needs, has been Saliza's focus throughout. Saliza's gentle manner, care, and support of staff and students helped her navigate the tragedy of a school fire, being relocated during a pandemic, and the many challenges that come with new beginnings. Saliza is a true model of an exemplary Catholic servant and leader. She will be truly missed by staff, students, and parents alike. We wish her all the best as she embarks on her new journey. Through the chair, we're now moving to G2, which is Policy 110 Admissions. Superintendent Goss will present this report.
Evening, and through the chair, as requested for a report from the trustee on our admission policy. So generally, for access to our Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board schools, students and their parents and guardians must reside in the Peel region or the Dufferin County. So for access on the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board elementary schools, students and their parents must present their baptismal certificate from a Roman Catholic church or an Eastern church in full communion with the Holy See of Rome. Recently, the topic of admission to Orthodox Christian students to our publicly funded Catholic elementary schools has been explored by many other Catholic boards. In Dufferin Peel, staff have provided proposed revisions to the admission policy for consideration. These revisions would permit a parent or guardian of a student who meets specific criteria to apply to one of our schools in the elementary panel. And at this point, we're looking at considering the admission on a case-by-case basis. The application for consideration of admission of Orthodox Christian schools at the discretion of the Director of Education as access
So
such
Chairman, on a point
requirements
of
in
order.
a case-by-case
Mr.
meeting.
Chairman, a point of order.
Please, okay, outside, okay? You are not supposed to say anything here. Here. Please don't make noise. We have to continue our business. Please. Okay. Okay. Second time. Please. Okay, we are adjourned the meeting. Okay, we are adjourned. Okay. Please, please.
We're live with you. There's our welcome.
Luz, can you hear us okay?
Can hear her.
Just mute, it's fine. Okay, unmute yourself there, Luz, and try that again.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Is
So keep
everybody-
talking. Oh, hold on. This is gonna get really loud really fast. So just hear.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Liz?
Yes, I'm good. Can you hear me? Can you hear? I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I think we're all good to go.
Okay. Anisha, you okay? You can hear us?
All right, so
I
again,
can hear you.
the chair,
Here. We'll switch.
right? through the
Just come
chair.
as close to the microphones. Yeah.
Okay, so I need to move up there?
Yeah, it's my spot. I'm just
Sorry?
thinking about-
No, you can just leave everything. I'll pick it on.
Okay.
On this one. All right. So again, through the chair, I will quickly recap. As we have been discussing just a little while ago, we're talking about the admission of the policy to be considered is to look at admitting students, Orthodox Christian students being admitted in our elementary school at the discretion of the Director of Education, which would be an assessment of each of the cases as they come forward on a case-by-case basis, of course, with compassionate reasons. So I draw your attention to page 105 of policy 1.10 for this criteria. So this is what I'm bringing forward this evening.
Okay, and I asked the staff to bring this back on the table. This was first introduced in February, meeting which I had a problem connecting to on Zoom, so I missed the entire meeting. And then this was discussed again. I think the presentation was given in April of this year. However, there was some discussion, but no vote was taken. I was at that meeting, but having missed the previous meeting where it was first introduced, I wasn't prepared to act on it. So I asked for this presentation to be done again, and this time I have prepared a motion, which I will hand out to you.
It's a time for your motion.
Pardon?
You want to put the motion now, or there is a motion already on the agenda, notice of motion?
Is this a notice of motion?
Yeah.
No, it's a motion, it's a motion associated with this report.
Oh, you- okay, hold on.
May I hear the motion? The time comes. when the time comes.
Okay.
I don't know if you-
Thanks a lot.
Through the chair.
Oh, yeah. No, Mary, take one and have. Oh, I'm sorry. Mary, not even thinking.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, do you mind making a question?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You could. Did I read out the motion? It's okay. The motion is. Whereas St. John the 23rd announced in June 1961 his intention to call an ecumenical council, which will reach out and embrace under the widespread wings of the Catholic Church the entire heritage of our Lord Jesus Christ. Its principal task will be concerned with the condition and modernization, adjournamento, of the Church after 20 centuries of life. Whereas his successor, Saint Paul VI, in the spirit of ecumenism, was the first pope since the 9th century to visit the East, labeling the Eastern churches as sister churches. They produced the Catholic Orthodox Joint Declaration of 1965 during the Second Vatican Council. Orthodox students are permitted and welcome to attend Catholic schools in accordance with the papal encyclical Ut Unum Sint, proclaimed by St. John Paul II. Whereas Pope Francis, in his encyclical Fratelli Tutti, encourages inclusion and evangelization. He writes, "The church is a home with open doors because she is a mother. An imitation of Mary, the mother of Jesus, we want to be a church that serves, that leaves home and goes forth from its places of worship, goes forth from its sacristies in order to accompany life, to sustain hope, to be the sign of unity, to build bridges, to break down walls, to sow seeds of reconciliation." Whereas 26 out of 28 Ontario Catholic school boards now permit Orthodox student admissions to elementary schools with provisions. Therefore, be it resolved that the board's admission requirements for elementary pupils be amended such that Christian Orthodox children be permitted to attend DPCDSB elementary schools, provided A, that admissions are reviewed by the director, B, that space remains available in a school after registering, servicing all Catholic students, C, that the children must be baptized in a recognized Christian Orthodox church affiliated with the See of Constantinople or Alexandria, and D, that staff operationalize a registration process requiring parents or guardians to attest to the expectation that their child or children fully participate in the Catholic curriculum, culture, community, and religious practices of the school.
Maria? Sorry, that's your motion, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Has it been seconded?
I'll second it. I second it.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Let me start. Even louder. Oh, I'm sorry. Where do you start? Fundamentally, and right at this point, if the vote, I would say no. I'd be voting against, and I'll mention it why, and I respect that this is there. It's an issue that's been in our faith or since since 1867. But the fact of the matter is, at this point, a couple of things. One, we're not you, but were we elected based on protecting Catholic education? The answer is yes. Then at that point, you have to protect it. If you were elected based on that. I'm not even going to get the idea reviewed by the director, but that's a question I'll ask a little later on. The next item, space remains available. That's fine. Yes, it can. We have no space issue to speak of generally, so space would not be a problem. Where I start having a bigger problem will be the fact is that we are discussing it amongst ourselves, and we're not having any input from the parental community. When I spoke to a parent at St. I won't mention name because this is open. When I was speaking to a parent many months ago, saying this is an issue that's going to come back down the road, they said, "I hope you ask for our opinion, because this system does not belong to us individually; it belongs to us collectively as Catholics. And once the system decides to fall apart, or is in fact losing students, which is a function of both demographics and timing, what have you, that itself is something that we have to recognize. One thing: what makes a Catholic education? If the Education Act says a Catholic, and there's nothing really speaks to the Catholic Education Act, or sorry, the Education Act in here per se. It's religious, and I respect that. But in this line here, if someone was to come to me and said, "Yes, you are too board out of 28 that does not allow children at elementary," then the question asks, if the Roman Catholic Church is a requirement, and I would respect, how can we go against the law of the land and what Caesar's belongs to Caesar? The fact of the matter is that he says they say that Catholic education must have these criteria. If you missed any one of those criteria by the Education Act, by a duly moved a law many years ago, saying this is what we'll accept. And I was there when they started giving full funding, and I can assure you, a lot of people were happy, but there was a lot of people who were disappointed they're losing opportunity. How can we fundamentally say what is Catholic if if this is changed? Because if we change this in any way, shape, or form, we have to go to the Education Act, that the education minister, and say, we want to change this. Just because they're jumping off the cliff, the other 26 out of 28, why should we follow? And I respect the idea that we're putting this forward, because this is a necessary discussion at this point. It's an absolute necessary discussion. But at the end of it all, this goes back to fundamentally, we have the land of we belong to the land. The land says you must have this criteria, and we must sustain that criteria to keep alive. Catholic education has never been a simple thing to work with, but are we going to start imploding from within? As many people have said. It becomes, like I said a moment ago, there's very little in terms of the Education Act, a lot on the religious side, and I respect that, the whereas, what have you. But we have to go back to repeat myself, what parents want, fundamentally, what do they want? And we can only do that by going to the schools. Table this, go to the schools, come back to it, that's fine with me too. But we have to have the schools. I'm not prepared to discuss it, even though I'm doing it. I'm not prepared to discuss why we should do something that we know that is not legal. It's fundamental to the core of education. We must abide by the laws of the land. And as I said jokingly, Caesar's is Caesar's. The education belongs to the Papa. It doesn't belong to me, doesn't belong to Duffer Peel, doesn't belong to the province itself. It belongs to the people of that province who elected us and continues to elect us. That's part one. Part two, and here's where it's going to start getting even more difficult. When the Education Act is going to be what it is now, fine. But then, and I say this respectfully, Christian Orthodox Church then has a right to vote for us. They have a right to run against us. They have every right we have if we go this road. If not, eventually someone will wake up and say, hey, guess what? We belong to the Roman Catholic Church. We don't have the option to do this. I'm going to run against them. We cannot, in theory, support them with any concerns they have on our side, other than that secondary, because right now, they're not our ratepayer. And if they are a ratepayer, and I'm sorry if I'm yelling, I'm not, I'm just trying to make sure I'm heard. If they are a ratepayer, then they have every right to run. Every right.
Can I answer you?
No, respectfully. And again, this is not personal, just come. And pardon me, I'm getting a little activated on this, because this, I just have to go maybe 15 years ago, and respectfully, many of you were not here, when the school bus phenomenon came into place, where they said you must combine the school system, the bus system, so that we can have a cheaper running or less expensive running. We went through 3 months on a bus issue. We can't discuss this since 1867. It's almost 200 plus years. And right now, yes, I wish I had more children. Yes, I wish we had the opportunity to grow the board. But no, I can't do it on the backs of lying. Sorry, that's the wrong word. Of playing the situation where I graduated, where I was elected to protect Catholic education and make myself known another way. If you feel that comfortable, and I don't care what the other 24, 26 are doing. If they feel that comfortable running and they can run it, fine. But this trustee, I'm not going to quit, because I'm elected to protect. We have to protect the future. Tonight, a young man took the oath. And we're now going to go in face of that oath, because in fact, we are going to anti-Catholic. So thank you very much. Listen, my diatribe of the story a little bit activated, but I respect everybody around this table, and I will ultimately respect everybody's point of view. And I mean respect, because this is a decision of the heart, decision of the mind, but most a decision for love of our faith. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Bruno. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I'll repeat, Trustee Mario Pascucci talked about was just because 26 of 28 boards does it, doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. We've always made our critical decision or not based on what the archdiocese guided us into and what their opinion was. So question to you, to staff, has the Cardinal given his blessing on allowing this?
Through the chair, the Cardinal would not interfere with any decisions in relation to the Education Act and the Board of Trustees.
And did the former Cardinal agree or disagree with the opinion of what we are trying to do?
So through the chair, to clarify, there's not been any discussion with the Archbishop lately. But any kind of, there has really never been a conversation with the Cardinal either. The Cardinal would say that he is not going to weigh into the governance of school boards.
Then would it have been Bishop Wasino at the time?
Yes,
Okay, so Bishop Wasino was not in favor of it at the time.
Bishop Wasino would say that he would not interfere with the decisions of.
So the same, the
Yes.
same thing. And what does the Pope say? Does he recognize these folks? Well, does he recognize these people as being Catholic?
Not Roman Catholic.
Okay, so they're not Roman Catholic. So then that's the one point. The other concern, that space remains available in a school after registering servicing all Catholic students. And if the director admits one in one school but not in another, does that open us to any type of human rights?
To the chair, yes, you would not. I would not want for the director to be solely the one that is making a decision about who gets admitted or who doesn't. I think the intent of what Trustee Valoria is bringing forward is to say, not that I want to speak for you, Trustee Valoria.
Yeah.
But I think the intent is to say, is there consideration for opening it up to the Eastern denominational rights? And if the Board of Trustees were open to that, then then you've already made that decision that for compassionate reasons you would consider generally individuals that are coming from those denominations, period. It wouldn't be then the director is deciding within people that belong to those denominations, Greek Orthodox, Christian Coptic, etc., that there's different decisions being made.
Then item B, I'm not comfortable with item B, because if a child goes to St. Timothy's and there it's packed in that school, as you well know. And they are not allowed, but are allowed at Mary Fix or any other school along that corridor, St. Jerome, any other school that could be even in Brampton. It creates an issue of an unfairness, unjust decision by this board, which I have an issue and a concern with. So I am not in favor of supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Paula?
So through the chair, I want to just say that for the last year, I've been a trustee. I've gotten a lot of feedback from parents from the public board, and they're really dissatisfied with the fact that the children are not being taught anything as far as Christianity. Christmas is not being celebrated, and they're very frustrated. And, I've had many emails and calls wanting to know if they can come into our schools, without being baptized Roman Catholic. And I did meet with a group of Orthodox at the Coptic Church here in Mississauga a couple weeks ago, and they are prepared to do a delegation. They really want access to Dufferin Peel Catholic. And there's a group of them, and we actually received an email this evening from that group. And like I said weeks ago, she told me that she was going to be reaching out to Luz and she's prepared to do a delegation. And I said, yeah, go ahead and reach out to Luz. So this is the feedback that I'm getting, and I'm open to allowing the Christian Orthodox to attend our school, our elementary schools. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo what Trustee Pascucci said, Mario Pascucci said, 26 of the 28 boards are not following the Education Act. That doesn't mean we should do the wrong thing. The Education Act is very clear in terms of specifying that child needs to be Roman Catholic baptized.
Or
parent, or one of the parents needs to be baptized Roman Catholic. And the conditions over here don't seem fair. What we are saying, the second point, therefore be it resolved, that space remains available in the school after registering servicing all Catholic students. You're already treating them as second class, lack of better words, because after my Catholic students come in, then you fall in place. Otherwise, sorry. So that's something which is not the right thing to do. Another point is that the child must be baptized in a recognized Christian Orthodox church affiliated to the See of Constantinople or Alexandria. I don't know what that means. I would love to understand what that means, because does that mean the child has to be baptized Catholic or stay Orthodox? So, and overall, where the motion is concerned, when we say whereas Pope Francis in his encyclical encourages inclusion and evangelization. The fact is that these denominations do not still come under the Holy See.
Sure.
So while Pope Francis says inclusion and everything, you should bring all of them in and say, you know what, we're all brothers, like.
Yes.
You're part of us, but they're not part of the Holy See. And that's what the Education Act says. Denominations that are part of the Holy See, and these do not. Hence, I only be in favor of voting for this motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, speakers have made a lot of points. Firstly, the Education Act is based on harks back to the fact that the minority Catholic, Roman Catholics were given the right to form their own separate school board by in 1867, I think, to the British North America Act. To the Roman Catholic at that time. The Roman Catholics of today are very different from the Roman Catholics at that time. And the reason for this is that in the 1960s, Pope John the 23rd succeeded to the throne of St. Peter, came Pope, and announced that it was time for adjournamento, to bring the church that at that point has been in existence for 20 centuries. It was time to update it. And in doing so, he opened the doors of the church, because at that time, the Catholic Church was closed. It's a closed shop. Either you're a Catholic or not. And if I remember that we were forbidden at that time to enter any church that wasn't Catholic. There were very strict rules of what we could read. There was an index of books that you were forbidden to read, otherwise you would be excommunicated. If you belong to the Masons, there's an automatic excommunication. That has all changed. Now, has the legislation kept up with that? Have they kept up with that? Have they said, well, we have to change the term Roman Catholic to keep up with what's going on in the church? I don't think so. Because now, Pope John the 23rd started it with adjournment, and all his successors have also embraced that openness. So the Catholic Church now is open to inclusion. He has invited other churches to join. They're not concerned. Well, the Pope would be very thrilled if the Patriarch of the See of Constantinople or the Patriarch of the See of Alexandria would accept his invitation and join the Holy See of Rome. But that's just a matter of who is the leader of the Catholic Church, right? In beliefs, we're practically the same. It's just this matter of the Patriarch of Constantinople is the Pope for the Orthodox Church. And they don't, at this point, don't recognize the Pope as their leader. But as far as faith is concerned, these are very ancient churches. Church of Constantinople, the Church of Alexandria in Egypt. And that's where the Coptic Church is. That's where they have their allegiance to the Patriarch of Alexandria. But our church has invited all of these sister churches to join us, if not recognizing the Pope, at least being together as a religious, or not organization, but a religious family of believers, because our beliefs are all the same. It's just a matter of who recognizes the Patriarch or the we can make arguments about violating or going against the Education Act, but there's a lot of legislation. We ourselves, our board, that is going through the process of updating the policies and gap and eliminating things that have been rendered obsolete by the passage of time. As far as the Education Act or the law that allows us to have a separate school system, that hasn't been updated to reflect the reality of today of Roman Catholicism. The point of being a ratepayer happens now that a family that has someone in high school and someone in elementary is a ratepayer because their child who is in high school, where it's open access, becomes a ratepayer. When they enroll their child as a student in high school, they have to support the separate school system. And you're right, just because 26 have allowed and we're just a holdout is not a reason to join them, but for the same reason that I just said, that it's the fact that things have changed. Yeah, as Roman Catholics, we are now open. So in the spirit of what the Pope Francis is preaching, the spirit of ecumenism, spirit of inclusion, let's welcome our Orthodox brethren.
Please.
Did you call me?
Yeah.
Is it me? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a very touchy area for me because where my area is there's a lot of Coptic parents and all that. And I had calls from parents, from the pastors and the priests who yells at me why I don't accept the children of the Orthodox. But I also, and you know what, it will fill most of my schools in my area because right now we're losing kids. But I also have concerns if we give in to this one now. It's true the Education Act has not been changed. It still says Roman Catholic. And I think we should stay to being Roman Catholic. And I totally agree that so what the other 26 boards are doing, we're different people. That's what we care about. And that's what we care for our students and our communities. So the other thing that we have to remember is when we allow this, what happens to the other Christian group? And I believe one of the boards opened their access to other Christian groups. Doesn't have to be Christian Orthodox, it's just like Christian. So are we opening up to more of that? Are we opening up ourselves to having this problem? Right now, the government still says, the Education Act still says, it has to be a Roman Catholic, it has to be a member of the Holy See. So I think we should stay with it. Even though I know it will benefit a lot for my community, but unfortunately, at this point in time, I think there's still a lot of loopholes. I think we will open up ourselves to more communities who are not even Catholics or are not even close to Catholics demanding that we let them in. Because I have had requests from those as well. So I will not support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just have something really quick to say. So I do actually see everybody else's points with saying that like with therefore be resolved option like part B where it's saying that if space remains available in schools, I understand that might be like a human rights violation, might be not fair to everybody else. So I wanted to ask staff the question if it's possible. Oh, it's not even here. Go try.
Come on. Yeah.
I want to ask staff if it would be possible that if students were not be able to like be admitted to one school, if they could be admitted to a separate one and then be like, bused to that location. Because I know that I have some friends. No, not possible. Okay, that's an option I wanted to put out right there. In terms of my own perspectives, I think that Catholic education is meant to teach Catholic values and the way of living a Catholic life. And we should not be doing this, we should not be denying this right to everybody. So I think that we should open it to Orthodox Christians. And from a student's perspective, I think that schools should promote diversity of thought, diversity of religion, everything like that. So to encourage critical thinking of how we live in our lives, once again, says that why I always supported this motion. And just a question that I wanted everybody else to consider is why is it so hard for us to accept elementary Catholic students into elementary schools? It was so easy for us to accept everybody in secondary schools. So I just want to end off with. Thank you.
To answer your question, and I apologize again, because I've been told I speak too softly sometimes, so I'm sorry. If it sounded like I was yelling, it wasn't. I intended it. It goes back to the funding scenario. We got funding at secondary, and at one time you had to pay for grade 9 and grade 10, I think. for those years, and 11, 12, and 13 was on your back. You had to pay for the books and all that kind of stuff. So it was it was the way it was set up in 19 something or other. Also regarding the requirement of why there's no busing, we went through something a number of years ago, 10, 12, 14 years ago, with an outsider coming in from the ministry because we couldn't balance our books or whatever it was. And at that time said, if you have a school of choice, you're supposed to go here, but you can't go there because you want to go here. Or so you don't want to go there, you want to go here, then you have to pay your own way. And that's the way it is, because it's not fair to the community, or else there are buses all over the place. If I may, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at a book that I've been reading for a number of years because it's taking me that long, and my son would know how long it takes me to read a book. I'd rather wait for a movie. But there's a book that came out many years ago. We had Father Jim, who was our pastor at the church, at the school here, at the board office. And I said, could you give me a fundamental book that's history regarding Catholicism? A fundamental book that basically says why we exist and how we exist, and talks about the two popes. And the book was called The Pilgrim Church. I encourage you to read it. It's like $6.50 on Amazon. But The Pilgrim Church: A Popular History of being a Catholic. And it goes right back to literally the founding times. And it was quite interesting. It's a very in-depth book, takes you a page a month, but it is incredibly well written. A guy named William Bosch, and that's where I got it. Now, if we go back to when the churches, or when it was different in those days, it was when the British came by. We cannot forget they gave Quebec English as separate, Ontario French as separate. Then within that, you have the separate and public. What is interesting is what is happening today is not necessarily going to happen somewhere else. Let's say our Pope is there, and we accept from different faiths, etc., whatever. And let's say the Pope is no longer in his capacity, can be a Pope. There's a natural hierarchical plane at that point. And where is that plane happen? So is it potentially going to expose us later on to not necessarily pointing to Rome, pointing somewhere else? Is it going to be any strain for us? The idea of 50-50, Marianne, you've got to answer this question. I'm sure you have. Can someone split their support for education, Catholic, separate or public?
Through the chair, they can't. But we know that across the province from time to time, there are exceptional cases in which even the ministry would understand that you may have students in both systems. But those would be exceptions.
So
But you cannot,
exception to the rule as opposed to.
but you can't split your tax.
That answers specifically the question. Now, another thing too, and I've been mulling this as conversation moves on. Is this an economic question for us? Or is it a reality benefit question for us? The reality, unfortunately, both the same. That's the problem. It's not exclusive, because when you get the reality basis, if we are losing students because people are moving to Milton because Mississauga is too expensive, that's economic. So are we reacting to an economic issue, or are we reacting to an issue specific to the reality of life? Just like we're losing children, other systems are losing children, well, be it public or Catholic. When I say, when I was talking about earlier regarding when we had closing of schools 12 years ago, whatever, 12 closing schools?
Yes, 7 years.
A number of years ago. I had St. James, St. Edmunds, St. Dominic's, Queen of Heaven looked at to be closed. Because the ministry at that time said, you're not going to get more bums up here in seats, if you will. Sorry, in this area, because it's not going to grow. Counter to that, we are in fact pretty darn stable. And as a result, you don't have the children here, you're going to have the children here. Therefore, if you get rid of some seats down here, selling a school, whatever, then we will give you money to build in Brampton. I'm sorry, that's not going to work with me. And the fact of the matter is, at that point, I understand the ministry's point of view. Why can we fund money in there? So we had to find a system by way of bussing things around. That wasn't going to happen. So what we did, we created St. James, took about 3 years. The ministry wanted us to close it. And there was other schools. And then within the community themselves, they had to decide who to close. So where I'm going with this is that the status quo is the stability of quo. In other words, it is there, it's stable because of what we have done as trustees. Ultimately, as a trustee of 40+ years, and as I sit in the chair, not right now, but I can look at the past chairman of the board going way back, I think they'd be proud of what we do today if we maintain it. Thank you.
To the objection to point B, space remains available in the school. I think with a lot of schools having a lot of available empty classrooms, which by 2032 will number 20,000 pupil seats empty. That makes this B a moot point.
Anybody having any more?
So has motion been duly seconded?
Okay,
I have one hands raised.
okay, go ahead.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to mention when student trustee Nathan mentioned, why is it very difficult for us to admit elementary students? I think because this is where our religious formation start. And it's been the reason why in elementary, you have to have the baptized Catholic and you have to be part of the Holy See. The secondary school happened because of the open access that the government of Ontario in 1985, I believe, decided to, just like what Trustee Maria Pascucci has mentioned, that, okay, we're gonna fund all of the secondary schools. So just going back to your information, elementary school is where we form our religious formation happens. That's why it's very important, very critical for our elementary students to be a Catholic and part of the Holy See. Now, I have to tell you, and I have discussed it with our director, we have had some other students that had come in who are not Catholic, who are part of the Christian Orthodox. For some reason or another, they were able to get in because they came from another school. And the principal did not happen to check the baptismal certificate. And we have had some issues with those children who are in elementary school. I'm saying this because I have quite a bit in my area because the Coptic church is around the corner from where my area is. So I just want to clarify. I just want to answer that for Nathan. This is the reason why we're sticking to our rule in a way that our Catholic formation starts in elementary school. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Just one quick point, and I can't remember when. Oh, yes. At one time, not too long ago, we used to have just confirmation in grade 8. And goes to your faith formation, Luz, that it went down to grade 7 and 8 so that the church can keep those individuals, those young students, for an extra year and infuse the love for our faith. So it would have been grade 7, 8. So there was one time was grade 8, they moved it back, but that back was 7 and 8. Because once they go to high school, then there's another drama and whatever. Thank you.
So there is no more questions. I'm going to call all in favor of the motion. Please consent.
We have several reporting.
Mr. Chairman, I did, where are we starting?
You can't call a recorded vote of what you can call as a non-binding.
Yes, please. A non-binding.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, the vote already started.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Okay,
So
all in favor? Okay. All against? So say.
Luz? Did you lose?
Yeah, Luz.
Luz put her hand up.
Yeah.
And Anisha has her hand.
Anisha, yeah.
Sorry. What are we voting now? Are we voting to accept this motion?
Are you against or in favor?
I'm not in favor of accepting this motion, Mr. Chair.
Anisha? Are you in favor or against?
I am not in favor of accepting this motion.
So, John? No.
Sean just got called for, there's an accident in 403, so he just had to call and save the person. He'll be right back.
Motion failed.
Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, you have to read that.
Okay.
Through the chair, we're moving to H1, which is the 2024 board committee composition. And I just ask for your indulgence as I call that up. So, the I just pulled it, I lost it.
That is page 108.
108, thank you. Okay, the first. Working off the screen, it's not working. Okay, the discipline, expulsion and suspension appeals committee, that's all trustees. The supervised alternative learning committee is one trustee and one alternate. We have 3 trustees who have expressed an interest in it. Trustee Stefano Pascucci, trustee Herman Valoria, and trustee Thomas Thomas.
I withdraw.
Okay, supervised alternative learning. So, the special education advisory committee is 2 trustees with.
Sorry, still in one plus one alternative student. We have the confirmed Madam Director, Mr. Chairman, who's primary, who's alternative.
Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you for that. We're gonna go back to the supervised alternative learning. There's trustee Stefano Pascucci, trustee Herman Valoria. Who is going to be the main one and who's the alternate?
Herman, do you want main or alternate? I can do either.
Which one was
The
it?
supervised alternative learning.
Yes,
The
okay,
sound.
you mean.
So trustee Herman Valoria will be main and trustee Stefano Pascucci will be the alternate. The special education advisory committee is comprised of 2 trustees and 2 alternates. Currently, we have trustee Luz Del Rosario, trustee Bruno Ionica, and trustee Thomas Thomas. We're looking for another trustee, and we need to identify the 2 main trustees. So trustee D'Amato Giovanozzi will also join. We need 2 trustees to identify as the main trustees for that advisory committee.
I'll be main.
I'll be the alternate chair, Madam Director.
Thomas Thomas.
I alternate.
So
I'll be the main.
okay, thank you. Did you get
Sorry.
that? Trustee Bruno Ionica and trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi will be the main, and trustee Luz Del Rosario and Thomas Thomas will be the alternate.
Madam Director, if I could ask or comment, at the one, not the last meeting, but the meeting prior to, there was an issue that was raised by one of the committees as we discussed. One of the committee members that the chair of that committee is
Elected.
could be a member of the SEAC committee, the parents, and or a trustee, whichever, whatever ends up happening from that perspective. Is that your understanding as well?
Through the chair, that's correct, and I have spoken to Superintendent Lucy Papaloni that because that committee kind of runs January to January, that's when they will do the elections for the chair and vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Director, is it not stated in the Education Act how that committee is formed?
It does.
And let's say that it is trustee or.
It doesn't make reference.
Oh, doesn't
that-
it? Okay.
That a trustee and is the chair of that committee.
Thank you. It's just trying to figure out how it was forever. Thank you, Madam.
The Central Committee for Catholic School Advisory Council is one main trustee and one alternate. 3 have expressed interest: Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, Trustee Herman Valoria, and Trustee Thomas Thomas. Is there anyone who wants to drop off? Otherwise, we'll have to hold a vote. Okay. We're just gonna pause on that for a moment. I'm gonna ask Executive Superintendent Chair Paca to see whether or not we can get
Everybody have to do an online vote?
Yeah.
You have to have access to it.
Yes. But in the meantime, let's work through all the other ones and we'll come back to this one for the sake of time.
We're doing it online.
I don't have a computer. You
You
don't
want me
have
to go by
ballots?
ballots? I
Yes,
see.
we're gonna do this one by ballots, given the circumstances. we're
Can you
dealing with
excuse me
tonight.
for a minute, Mary Ann?
Yes, okay. I'll take notes. The performance planning and review for the Director of Education, the Chair of the Board and the Vice Chair are required to be on that committee with at least 3 additional trustees. 4 have expressed an interest: Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, Trustee Daryl D'Souza, Trustee Mario Pascucci, and Trustee Anisha Thomas. Does not require a vote because it's a minimum of 3. You've got 4.
Which committee was that?
That's the performance appraisal for the Director of Education. The DP Friends and Advocates for Catholic Education, there's no limit on the number of trustees that sit on that committee. Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, Trustee Thomas Thomas, and Trustee Sean Xavier have all expressed an interest and meets 4 times a year. The Secondary School Scholarships Award Committee requires 1 main and 1 alternate. 4 trustees have expressed an interest in this committee. Trustee Luz Del Rosario, Trustee Daryl D'Souza, Trustee Herman Valoria, and Trustee Sean Xavier. So we would need 2 to drop off, otherwise we'd be going to a vote. All right, so we go to. Okay, thank you, Daryl.
I'll drop.
And, okay, so,
Sean and Luz.
so Sean and Luz, we need someone to be the main, and I know Sean's not here. So Trustee, Luz.
I'm back.
Oh,
He's
you're
on the
back?
line. Sean is on the line.
So we're looking for someone to be the main representative on the Secondary School Scholarship and Awards, and 1 to be the alternate.
I can be the primary.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I can be alternate.
You have no choice. Challenge material, again, there's no limit to the number of, I apologize, it's 2 trustees. And we have 6 trustees that have expressed an interest. Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, Trustee Stefano Pascucci, Trustee Herman Valoria, Trustee Thomas Thomas, Trustee Sean Xavier, and Trustee Anisha Thomas.
I'll drop off. Madam Chair. Madam Director.
Thank you. Stefano Pascucci,
I can drop my name, Madam Chair.
Trustee Sean Xavier, Thomas Thomas. Okay, so we're gonna vote on that one for your pen.
Ballots are here, Madam Director.
Sorry, who dropped off of challenge material? Trustee Sean Xavier?
Thomas and Stefano.
Sean, Thomas, and Stefano. Okay. We'll do the ballots in the trust, stopper governance, it's one trustee and trustee Thomas is the only trustee that expressed an interest in that. School year calendar is one main and one alternate. 4 trustees have expressed an interest in it. Trustee Bria Corbett, trustee Daryl D'Souza, trustee Herman Beloria, and trustee Sean Xavier. Okay. Anyone else gonna drop off?
I'll drop off.
Thank you. Who's going to be the main and who's going to be the alternate? Trustee Daryl D'Souza and trustee Sean Xavier.
I can be main if Trustee D'Souza is okay with that.
Actually, no, I don't want to be main, so you can be.
All right, I'll take main.
Okay.
Glad you settled that.
The joint ad hoc transportation committee requires 2. Currently only one is volunteer, trustee Thomas. We need one more.
We've never actually had one.
I'm the chair. They're okay. They'll always be home on time.
Trustee Daryl D'Souza. Admin and finance, we've already told trustees on that. Audit committee, now the audit committee, they serve for 2 years, so the current members continue to serve until November of 2024, which is trustee Bruno Ionica, trustee Anisha Thomas, and trustee Thomas. Faith and program is all 11. Board and bylaw is all 11. The multi-year strategic plan is all 11. The contract and negotiations are those trustees who do not have a conflict. So trustees Bria Corbett, trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, trustee Luz Del Rosario, trustee Daryl D'Souza, trustee Anisha Thomas, trustee Thomas, and trustee Sean Xavier. The Brampton Board of Trade is 3 trustees, and there are 3 trustees who have expressed an interest. Trustee Anisha Thomas, trustee Daryl D'Souza, trustee Sean Xavier. The Mississauga Board of Trade is all the Mississauga trustees. So trustee Bria Corbett, trustee Luz Del Rosario, trustee Bruno Ionica, trustee Stefano Pascucci, trustee Mario Pascucci, trustee Thomas, trustee Herman Beloria. The Dufferin Board of Trade is 1 trustee, trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi. The Brampton School Traffic Safety Council is 1 main and 1 alternate. Currently, trustee Sean Xavier is in year 2 of a 2-year term. Again, this term ends in 2024. We're looking for another trustee to sit on the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council as an alternate.
I can be an alternate.
Trustee Anisha Thomas. The Mississauga Traffic Safety Council is 1 main trustee. Trustee Bria Corbett has put a name forward for that. We need an alternate.
I can be the alternate.
Okay. The Oxford Board of Directors, now the current, this will start at the AGM. So the current directors will remain as directors until April, but what you're voting on this evening are the directors that will serve from the spring of 2024 to the spring of 2026. And so we have trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, trustee Luz Del Rosario, trustee Mario Pascucci, trustee Herman Beloria, and trustee Sean Xavier. Anybody dropping off?
I'll drop off.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to vote on that one as well. The Oxford Large Urban Advisory Council, the term ends when the seat is vacated. Currently, trustee Mario Pascucci has that position. The Peel Safe and Active Roads to School, 2 trustees required. We have trustee Bria Corbett and trustee Luz Del Rosario. And the Natural Science and Education Committee, the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority, this term is from November 2022 to 26, and Thomas currently holds that position. So now we're gonna go back to where we need to vote. I believe the first one was the Sal. So we have, no? Did somebody drop on?
Trustee Gloria was primary.
Yeah, I think. Oh, Thomas dropped off. I'll drop off of CSAC. CSAC.
Do it in order though. You can just.
That's what she wanted. Yeah. So Sal, you understand Sal now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
SIAC, who was the fourth? Did you get the 4 for SIAC?
I did, yes.
And so trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi is dropping off of CSAC.
Okay.
So now, Herman Valori and Thomas, who's the main and who's the alternate?
I'll be the main.
Okay, okay. We're fine with the performance committee. That one's fine. The scholarships and award committee was where we needed to do a vote, correct? Just to confirm, this scholarship and awards committee, we have trustee Luz Del Rosario, trustee Daryl D'Souza, trustee Herman Valoria, and trustee Sean Xavier. We need 1 and 1 alternate. Dropping off, thank you.
Secondary school scholarship?
That's what we're working on right now.
We've already done that.
Oh.
Daryl and Herman withdrew.
Oh, okay.
Luz is the representative.
Sorry.
And Sean. No.
Luz is the main shot.
This is the main and Sean is the alternate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna need a copy of this.
Yes, you will get.
Oh, you will.
Did we, the challenge material, we still have 3 trustees that are
Yes.
interested for 2
Correct.
positions.
3 have withdrawn, that 3 are
Right.
left, yeah.
But trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, trustee Herman Valoria, and trustee Anisha Thomas are still all, I just want to confirm you're all interested in this committee because we will go to vote.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be our first vote. So this is, you're going to be voting for 2 people.
Yeah, but how, I mean, if suppose 3 of us put A and B, and 3 of them put B and C, what happens?
We'll do another vote. Yeah, we're going to keep voting until we. Yes.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
Yeah, we're gonna go on to.
That's a little close. Well, on the ballots, you can put separate names. Right,
Correct.
so you, we'll give you 2 ballots and you will put 2 different, you'll put your 2 different names on those ballots.
Or if I put
Choose
2
that.
same names.
So
Don't do that.
you don't get that double. Don't do that.
All right.
We'll have to do a recount. Yeah.
Highest score we ever had was when we had to draw straws, et cetera, when John Messertier ran 32 tries.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, we might be here all night. 2 names on 1 ballot.
Yes, that's what we have.
Yes.
11.
We're gonna get 11 ballots. Well, we're not gonna, I don't know.
Well, so we could do this one of 2 ways
Mm-hmm.
through the chair. We can either, trustee D'Souza, I think you may be the only one without a.
No.
If you have your phone and you have Zoom on the phone, you can log into the meeting from your phone and do the vote on your phone. Or conversely, the 3 trustees that are online can email the scrutineers, their 2 or text and.
Let's try and do it all online, so that it's
Okay.
in the breakout room.
Which one are we voting on? The challenge material?
Challenge materials, the 3 candidates are trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, trustee Herman Valoria, and trustee Anisha Thomas.
Okay, thank you.
So you're sending us an email with the link?
You have to go into the Zoom meeting, like if you go into, if you go into Cindy's and go into.
Yeah, go into the meeting.
You'll be put into a breakout room.
Everybody log into your Zoom. Building is clear.
So that.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a suggestion. We are able to move back to the boardroom, so we could take a recess. Move back into the boardroom, get yourselves set up. Because we've got 2 or 3 votes.
Do you want to do the vote now?
Just hit this one here.
What's happening? I can only see Mario. What's going on?
Do you want to do the vote? Marianne, do you want to do the vote?
Make sure when you log into the Zoom meeting.
Mario, your phone, somebody's phone.
Mute yourself, please.
Mario,
mute yourself.
What?
Mute yourself.
Mute yourself and turn your volume.
Yeah.
I just
Mr.
did.
Mario, please mute yourself.
Relax.
I'm muted now. I'm muted now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Herman. I thought I was seeing Mario's actually. I knew it was yours. I thought it was yours.
It's so quiet there.
I know, we can't hear anything.
I don't know what they're doing now.
I think this is still in public session though, right?
It is. It's still public session. Oh, now they recess. I think they're going back to the boardroom. That's the last I heard from Mary Ann's comment.
Oh,
I don't.
can't see anybody.
Not yet.
They're going back to the boardroom?
Yes, that's the last I heard. Mary Ann mentioned they're going back to the boardroom
Okay.
because I think the protesters are gone.
Mm.
Through the chair, there is a vote required for the challenge material committee. Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, Trustee Herman Valoria, and Trustee Anisha Thomas have expressed an interest in this committee. It requires 2 representatives. When you vote, you're going to vote for 2 individuals. Vote will take place online. The scrutineers are Associate Director Daniel Del Bianco, Executive Superintendent Julie Cherapaka, and Superintendent Brian Hester.
The 2 trustees going to be sitting on that committee, Herman Valoria and Anisha Thomas.
Through the chair, motion to destroy that result.
Motion to destroy ballot, Stefano and Leah Corbett. All in the favor? Nobody against? Carried.
Through the chair, the only other vote this evening is for the Oxta directors. 2 are required. The term will start the spring of 2024 at the AGM and will end at the AGM in 2026. 4 trustees have expressed an interest. Trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, Luz Del Rosario, Mario Piscucci, and Sean Xavier. So again, trustees will vote for 2 representatives. Again, the scrutineers will be Associate Director Daniel Del Bianco, Executive Superintendent Julie Cherapaka, and Superintendent Brian Hester.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Yeah.
The vote that just got passed, the scrutineers look for 6 out of the 11 trustees voting for these 2 candidates? Or was it just a majority, simple majority? 6.
So thank you through the chair. What the tabulation does is it counts all 11 trustees. So we'll know every trustee voted twice. And it just tabulates the top 2, or it ranks all 3 based on, in this case, based on the votes.
Is it up? It pop up and then it disappeared. The voting.
She what?
All 11 trustees voted.
I haven't voted.
Oh, sorry.
I couldn't,
So
I could, I
clarify.
couldn't find the ballot.
Sorry.
It popped up and then it disappeared.
You have to make
There
sure
we go.
the next one going to be voting, you are going to be voting, okay?
There's a new vote up now.
Okay, all right. So we just select two from that? Okay.
Through the chair, let's just walk this back and answer trustee Daryl D'Souza's question. All 11 trustees voted for the challenged materials committee. All 11 trustees were asked to identify their two choices. We have confirmation that all 11 trustees voted, and they the app tabulates the top 2 out of 3.
So the top two could be one with 5 votes and the next person with 6 votes. And that became the top 2. So it's not specifically that 6.
We cannot hear you, trustee Daryl D'Souza. I cannot hear.
Talking into the mic. Can you shout?
Yes, please.
Closer.
Oh, man. Okay, so the individuals that were elected to this committee would have had just 5 votes, and the other one could have had 6 votes.
Through the chair, no, because
Yes,
it would have,
you just said yes.
you had 3 people to vote for.
Sorry. So it's the exact same exercise we would undertake if it was 2 names written on a piece of paper. We take them back and the scrutineers would say, here's 1 vote, 1 vote. So theoretically, you could have, if nobody voted for a trustee, you could have 6 trustees vote for one, 5 trustees vote for the other, and no trustees vote for a third. And therefore the top 2 would be selected that way.
Yeah, so it doesn't make, it's not necessary that the 2 trustees that got selected for this committee received 6 votes each. Or, 6 out of the 11.
Correct. They were the
And
2
is that the
highest
odds that we are
ranking
going to work
votes.
with?
It's the exact same way we would do it with a paper, during the paper votes, when we go back and tabulate them.
But then you look at majority, right?
The chair, we just go with the total number of votes for trustee A on the committee, total number of votes that trustee B received, total number of votes trustee C received, and the top 2 are the 2 that go.
Those you got,
Aye.
you voted,
With AI or ML?
you got the ballot?
Which one, for the Oxta director? Where are we now? Are we still talking about the challenge material? Or are we talking about the Oxta director?
You're just talking about the process, that's all.
Okay, okay.
Clear. Thank you.
Through the chair, we're now moving to the vote for the Oxta directors. Again, each trustee will vote for 2 out of the 4 trustees that have expressed an interest.
I withdrew.
Right,
I
but there
can
were
select
5,
3.
but
I
there's
can
still.
select more than 2. So I can select, I'm going to select 4.
No, through the
No.
chair, you
Allowing
vote.
me to select more than 2.
No.
I'm just saying that.
No.
It's
no.
allowing you to.
It's allowing me, yes.
Oh,
Want me to do, I can do.
2. Those you got the ballot,
Allowing me.
yes, I did.
Tony, you
I
got the
think I-
ballot?
I think 4.
I think so. I thought we were going back and doing it again.
Are we doing it again? Is that the
I
question?
just
Chair.
select all of them.
Through the chair, there are 4 creating it, but there are 4 people that are running.
I selected
Trustee
4.
Paula
5.
D'Amato.
Isn't it 5?
4 people are running, 1
Oh.
dropped off.
Okay, sorry.
Trustee,
Vice one is coming?
through the chair, trustee Paula D'Amato Giovanozzi, trustee Luz Del Rosario, trustee Mario Pascucci, and trustee Sean Xavier. There will be 4 individuals. You're voting for 2.
It's allowing me to select all the 4.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
I just submitted Yeah, but that's not the right thing because
Through the-
there's no
through the
tabulation
chair.
at the back end.
No,
Through
no,
the
no, no.
chair.
Only two.
If it's if it's allowing you to select four, we're going to move to paper ballot. Okay, we're going to do paper ballot for this vote.
What about us? Can we text
Chair,
you?
If you're comfortable emailing it, you would email it to Brian, Julie, and Daniel.
Okay.
Choices, if you're comfortable doing that.
Yeah, so Sean, me and Anisha will be okay. Oh my God. Who am I sending it to?
Email or touch the button.
So we're sending it to Brian.
Or you want us to sign an email no matter what?
No, I just want I want
Good.
Brian Hester, Daniel Del Bianco, Julie Cherapaca.
He's back. He's back. Really?
Sorry. Are you calling me, Thomas?
You send it?
Yes, it went through. I sent it.
On you send it?
I sent it.
Nisha, do you send it?
Yes.
wait. Yeah. Next, OCSA directors, Luz Rosario and Sean Xavier.
Through the chair, that concludes the assignment of
Motion
all.
to, sorry, Madam Director, motion to destroy the ballots?
Moved by Stefano and second by Bria. All in favor? Okay, anybody against? Carried.
Through the chair, we're now moving to H2, which are the motions recommended by the Audit Committee of November 15, 2023. These are found on page 112 of the agenda.
Me?
The motions. Would you like me to read the motions, Trustee Thomas?
Yeah.
The first motion is that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of K. John Boots as an external non-board member of the Audit Committee for a 3-year term effective November 2023 to November 2026.
Moved by Darrell, second by Una Nika. And all in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried.
The second motion is that the Board of Trustees approve the consolidated financial statements and related information of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board for the year ended August 31, 2023.
By Bruno and second by Leo. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried.
We have no notices of motion. We move to questions asked by trustees.
Yeah.
Bear with me. The next person.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, my questions in more of a system level and more around the administrative part are with students on honor roll in secondary. So I'm hearing of an issue from parents that have been brought to my attention. So some of the honor roll lists are actually missing students who have 80% average or above. And when the students follow up with their guidance department, it is being corrected on a case-by-case basis. But I'm more concerned because it's the way the schools are running the reports and how they're pulling it from the system, like at a board level. So there's 2 reports that guidance will run. So there's one report where it's an 8 credit minimum. So that's for grades 9 to 11. And then there's a second report where it's a 6 credit minimum. So that would be for the grade 12 students when they have a spare or 2. But if the system only pulls from students that have 8 courses, then the ones that have 7 are getting missed from honor roll. So for instance, maybe a student with a medical condition, they've dropped a course. I don't know what happens when students take a course in summer school and then have a spare in grade 11, or if they take a night school course in another board. So I think we're just missing some students, and rightfully so. They've achieved honor roll. They deserve to be recognized. So when I've asked at the school level, if there's some checks that can be done to ensure these students aren't getting missed, I was informed that no, there's no checks because it's the way the board gives the schools how to run the report based on the parameter of 8 courses or 6 courses for the grade 12s. So is there something that we can do like at a system level that can provide schools with, and it's probably more particular for grade 11 students because I don't think grade 9s and 10s are taking 7 courses, but I think there needs to be a check, some form, a report that the schools can run for seven courses so that they have 3 reports then, 1 for 6, 1 for 7, 1 for 8. It will require a bit more time and due diligence to, cross-reference, but I think that way it will ensure that we don't miss any students. Is that possible?
Through the chair, Superintendent Carmen Murphy will respond.
Through the chair, thank you, Trustee Corbett, for the question. As we are moving to Power School, we are refining the sort of searches that we can do on the system. Honor roll is an item that we are looking at, and I thank you for bringing that to our attention. And we are looking into what we can run efficiently for our guidance counselors so that we don't miss students who have achieved that we want to recognize.
Thank you. That's my only question, Mr. Chair.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask your indulgence. It might take about 10 minutes or so. A concern that's been brought up within my community, and I'm sure that we'll down the road look at it in some of the communities within Dufferin Peel. Essentially, what's occurring is that there's a community at St. Martha Mary area, and the item that I handed out to you, that's where ultimately I'm going to be going. So if you can just hold on to that, be appreciated. And what it is regarding a variance change of a particular home from what it is now to this. Let me read the application. Now, this is going to the Committee of Adjustment, Mississauga, on December 14th. And registration is required by us or anybody who's listening by December 8th. December 14th is the hearing, Mississauga City Hall at 3:30. And then December 8th is when it's supposed to cut off date. Property owner, and I'm reading for some documentation here, so pardon me for this. Property owner for 1757 Roundtree Court, Zone R3 Residential. This is from the City of Mississauga, from the minutes, from the agenda. Has appealed for a minor variance under Section 45 of the Planning Act. The applicant requests the committee to approve a minor variance to allow a change of use, proposing a transitional housing use on the subject property, whereas bylaw 225-2007 is amended, does not permit transitional housing. Subject property. Subject property for this instance. Now, why I'm bringing this up is that St. Martha Mary School, our property, St. Martha Mary School from Dufferin Peel, is abutted right opposite, right to the individual's home. So as a consequence of that, if I may just continue, we can do a couple of things. One, either go in person, the hearing will be held at the same time. You can talk to them electronically via computer or whatever, or by telephone. But I'm suggesting at this time, because paper that is in the agenda or minutes tends to stay a lot longer than things that get into the ether. So I'm going to suggest down the road submitting a written comment. The written comments to the committee must be received no later than 4:30 on Friday prior to the hearing. Submissions are accepted by mail to committeeadjustment.ca or by mailing Friday prior to the hearing. Submissions are accepted by email. Committee of Adjustment, 300 D Drive, etc. Now, concern of the community is that this home is now converting itself into a transitional home. And where it affects us, St. Martha Mary School has 300, 400 students. There's some very grave concern of that particular community, within that community, of having a home so close. If I can read the minutes of the agenda to you, and I'd like a vote this evening because for obvious reasons we have to go December 8th to
presenting something or submitting something. December 14th is the actual meeting. I can read this motion to you, and Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board operates an elementary school named St. Martha Mary Catholic Elementary School. The St. Martha Mary Catholic Elementary School is located at 1760 Bell Beaches Boulevard, the city of Mississauga. And whereas the school site abuts a residential home, 1757 Roundtree Court in the city of Mississauga. The owner of 1757 Roundtree Court has submitted application 492-23 to the city of Mississauga Committee of Adjustment for minor variance under Section 45 of the Planning Act, allow the change of use proposing a transitional house use on the subject property, whereas transitional housing is not currently permitted on the subject property. I should focus on that. Rezone the property or transitional housing, and whereas the use of the transitional housing has not been clearly articulated in the application to the Committee of Adjustment, a very grave concern of the community, I can assure you, my words, thereby resulting in concerns about the community members that, if approved, resulting use of the transitional housing on this property may be incompatible with being in such close proximity to the school. Their backyard literally share the same property. And whereas the Committee of Adjustment is set Thursday, December 14, 2023 at 3:30 p.m. for a public hearing. One thing I did put in there, I'm sorry, whereas they're required to register by December 8th. It resolved that Board of Trustees draft a letter to the City of Mississauga Committee of Adjustment. Copy to all City of Mississauga councilors, would also include MPP, MPP for the local area, outlining concerns regarding this minor variance application for the property located at 1757 Roundtree Road, Mississauga. The event of the use of this transitional housing, and this is concerned, housing application is not compatible with being in such close proximity to school. So with that in context and hovering in the background, I'd like to ask some questions of staff, if I may. And through you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Question, I know I've just read the motion, I just want to sort of bring this entire together. And to either the director or the associate director, did we receive any minor variance application from the city of Mississauga?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, neither the school nor the board has received a copy of the notice directly.
So the answer is no, we have not received any support.
My knowledge.
Not to the, what is the definition of transitional housing within our community or within Dufferin Peel? Recognizing what's on the Peel board site, Peel board, but I think Peel region.
Through the chair, the city of Mississauga defines transitional housing as follows. Means a building, structure, or part thereof consisting of dwelling units or rooms designed or intended to contain accommodation for sleeping or both that is owned and or operated by or on behalf of a public authority or a nonprofit housing provider and is used as an emergency shelter or temporary accommodation in which the provision of support services are included.
You, Mr. Chairman, if I may, we know how this transitional house will be used.
Through the chair, no, we do not. The application does not include this information.
Have we ever received a similar application for transitional housing?
Through the chair, no.
And we as a school board object to this application or request modification?
Through the chair, as outlined in the notice of public hearing to consider this variance application at the Committee of Adjustment, the City of Mississauga welcomes public participation in response to this variance application by members of the public, which can include the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board.
So, fellow trustees, the concern I have right now, number one, this is really coming in quick. And the fact is that I don't know if we should have received anything. Obviously, we didn't because we're not close proximity. The community has a very grave concern regarding transitional housing. Concern that, in fact, to rock the perimeter of the school to get to the school, the front door, is about 200 plus, about 225, 230 meters. So, concern is safety, student safety, people, staff safety, what have you. But the concern, of course, is the idea that what's being built, is it working within the community. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to ask that and I'm not going to read it again, of course, the motion that's been offered to you a moment ago. Only change would be the addition before the last whereas. Where this is the Committee of Adjustment be advised on December 8th. We will submit something, we will submit corporate comment. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I so move, if I may, we have this acceptance of the.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but we cannot hear Trustee Pascucci's motion or what?
You know, and I do apologize, Luz. You did not receive a hard copy of that. It was generated late tonight. I can read it
You're
again if you
fading.
wish. If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Can you send it to her, a copy? If I may read it again, and I do apologize for this. Can you hear me okay now? Can't hear you.
If you
are on mute, Luz.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, if you could just stay on the microphone, please, because
I shall do
you're
that.
fading.
I shall do
Yes,
that.
thank you, thank you. Okay,
Okay, can you hear me now?
yes, yes, thank you.
There's reverbing on this side. At the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board operates an elementary school named St. Martha Mary School Catholic Elementary School. And the St. Martha Mary Catholic Elementary School is located at 1760 Bell Beaches Boulevard in the city of Mississauga. The school site abuts the residential home at 1757 Roundtree Court in the city of Mississauga. The owner of 1757 Roundtree Court has submitted application 492-23 to the city of Mississauga Committee Adjustment for minor variance under section 45 of the Planning Act to allow the change of use proposing a transitional home house use in the subject property, whereas traditional housing is not permitted on the subject property, rezone the property to traditional housing. And the use of the transitional housing has not been clearly articulated in the application to the Committee of Adjustment, thereby resulting in concerns among community members that, if approved, resulting use of transitional housing at this property may be incompatible with being in such close proximity to the school. That the Committee of Adjustment, these are words that are not in this, will be advised that by December 8th, the Dufferin Peel School Board will submit written comment. And it could continue on this, whereas the Committee of Adjustment has set Thursday, December 14 at 3:30 for the public hearing of this matter. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Trustees draft a letter to the City of Mississauga Committee of Adjustment, copy to all City Mississauga councilors, MPP and MPP, outlining concerns regarding this minor variance application for the property located at 1757 Roundtree Court, Mississauga. In the event of that the use of transitional housing application is not compatible with being in such close proximity to a school. So is that okay now, Bruce? Did you get that?
Yes, thank you, thank you. I think I got the gist of what you're
I so
trying.
move, Mr. Chairman, that the letter be sent to the Mississauga City Councilors outlining the concerns regarding this community relative to this particular property, with a copy also going to the MPP.
Move. Mario, you move. Yeah, seconded. Any question to, anybody having any question to Mario?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Okay, Luz.
Through the chair, Trustee Pascucci, I think I didn't hear clearly. I think transitional housing, did we have any clarification on what the city is doing? There's also a possibility that we could do a delegation at that committee, because if you send a letter, the impact may not be there, and you find out more. Would this transitional housing be related to our refugees? Is that the reason why? That they're trying to find accommodation for our refugees? I think we just need to clarify as well what the purpose of the transitional housing. I'll be concerned if it becomes like a halfway house or something, but I think we need to also get that clarification from the city, what they plan to do with that housing.
Mr. Chairman. if I
Thank you,
may,
Mr. Chair.
and I'd like to suggest that we send the Associate Director Daniel Dobiato to address this issue.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to summarize, as Superintendent Thomas mentioned, we've reached out to the city. There is no actual usage for the transitional home, but Trustee Del Rosario, you're absolutely right. Transitional homes can be used for housing refugees, could be for anything. And that's why I think in the motion put forward by Trustee Mario Pascucci, it's very specific in that in the event that what is being ultimately proposed there is not compatible with being in close proximity to a school, that's when we act. We can't necessarily act on the transitional house itself because there's not enough information to act on that. But what we can do is say, we'll watch it. And once we know what's going on and we hear what's going on, and if it's not compatible with being in a school, that's when we can use our influence as a school board to make that change.
Okay, thank you. So there is a plan that to write a letter to the city advising them that we would like to be informed on how they're going to use the transitional housing.
This will lead me into a second position down the road regarding, well, I'll come to it later on, but it's exactly that. This board here, recognizing that the uniqueness of the situation, one of the first times I've done this, I have spoken to the associate director briefly saying, what should we do? What are we allowed and permitted to do? And so anyway, we had that discussion. So, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm good.
Anybody else having a question for this motion? Bruno? No? Okay. I'm going to call the question of this motion moved and seconded. So all in favor of this motion? Anybody oppose? It's carried.
Mr. Chairman, can we recognize that as unanimous?
Unanimous. Yep.
Wait until the very end.
The next
Thank
is
you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Please skip me for now. If there's anybody else, please put them first. Thank you.
Okay. Bailey?
Thank you. Through the chair, on behalf of the Indigenous Education Council and the students of this school board, I'm asking for clarification on why the land acknowledgement was moved to the end of the morning activities without consultation with the Indigenous Education Council. Policy number 34 states that the Indigenous Education Council will be involved with matters affecting Indigenous people. I'm bringing this question forward as there is a growing number of students and community members upset about this decision to have the land acknowledgement come last.
Through the chair. The opening exercises in a school mirror the opening portions of a board meeting as well. And we have worked to harmonize those. We begin with O Canada, follow with a prayer, and then do a land acknowledgement. The student trustee is absolutely correct in that our practice prior to the past year was to have our land acknowledgement and then our prayer. And this was before we even played O Canada at our board meetings as we would in schools. We do have a policy that suggests, that states that matters of Indigenous education, the board would seek advice from the Indigenous Education Council. In this particular case, the placement was changed to follow both information provided to us in the Education Act, and to ensure that our faith, which is what underpins everything that we do in Dufferin Peel, came immediately after the national anthem. If the board feels that that is something that should be revisited, we as staff would be more than pleased to do so.
Through the chair, I'd like to add that the land and the Indigenous people were here before all else, so that's why we feel that we should acknowledge that first.
Through the chair, that is a fair point, and again, staff will take direction from the board.
Thank you.
Bruno?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to staff. What is our pupil teacher ratio for going out on a sports event?
To the chair, this would be like an extracurricular, a team that might be going to play at another school.
Yeah. I apologize for not advising, but
To the chair, the question is, what is the ratio? I believe it would be the same ratio for any excursion. I think it's like 15-1 at secondary and
Yeah, through the chair, it would be the same ratio as any other event where students are required supervision when they're traveling to another site.
and that ratio is for elementary and secondary. It's superintendent,
15-1. 15-1. 15-1.
To the chair.
15-1 for secondary.
I'm sorry,
okay.
we've got a few.
15-1.
15-1 at
Okay,
secondary.
that's perfect. What happens if a student gets hurt and has to go to the hospital, and our policy says that staff has to follow that student in the ambulance? What happens then?
Superintendent Vecchierino, but I would ask you to come over here to use the mic.
So through the chair, one of the reasons we have very stringent numbers requirements is because we encourage all of our schools not to always exceed that minimum. And I will speak to my practice as a principal. I would always have taken someone else and somebody who also had a car with them. There should never, I don't believe that we ever have any excursions where there are not at least 2 staff present on the excursion in order to satisfy a requirement such as the one that Trustee Anika brings up. Should there be a need, a school would easily send 3 supervisors as well, so that the ratio is maintained even if a staff member has to leave for whatever reason.
So I'm a staff member. I coach basketball. I take 14 kids with me for the sake of an argument, 12 kids with me. One of them breaks a leg. Now I've got 11 kids. Now what? And the reason I raise this is my son recently had an accident. And they were fortunate that there was somebody else there. He had to go to the hospital by ambulance. But if it was only one teacher, whether it be elementary and or secondary, not everyone, Mr. Chairman, not everyone looks at the glass the same way as some principals. You look at it in the sense that, okay, I'm going to send 2. If you have a situation where a grade 6 or a grade 7 has to go to the bathroom, a girl or a boy, it doesn't matter, it's the same thing, has to go to the bathroom, do we send them alone? Or does the teacher leave the other 11 to walk the one student to the bathroom. What I'm trying to set, Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to bring this back up with our principals, and I know that it costs money. I know that there's, in some cases, some principals they use their ability to disperse some of the kids, which would allow one of the teachers to go out, depending on depending on a variety of different things. And I get that it's expensive, but I've heard of a number of situations where children have had to go to the hospital at a sports event, mostly, because that's usually where kids hurt themselves. And I'm hoping that staff could bring back the policy to at least look at it, and sorry, pod's expiring. At least look at it and come up with something that works for the health and well-being. And that's not to say that our staff, any principal or any vice principal, does things without thinking about it. I think they do it for the best of the school, but in some cases, there should be two staff, in my humble opinion, because I've seen it where, like, what do I do? What do you do? You're a teacher. You're at a basketball game. You have 9 kids. Never mind 15. You have 9. One of the girls has to go to the bathroom and then a secondary school. Now what?
So through the chair, we can do everything the trustee has just brought up. In particular, the director would include this item in a director's webcast in which we remind staff that we have a minimum of 2 staff attend any and all meetings. Mostly, I would say, especially with younger kids, that is already the case, and more staff are being sent for exactly the reasons that the trustee has brought up. We can also review the policy to ensure, I don't have it in my head, the excursions policy, I think at the moment sits at over 40 pages, so I don't remember every detail of it, but I will review it. And finally, I would suggest that when we did a comparison with other school boards in the GTA, Dufferin Peel had the most stringent rules in terms of a level of accompaniment. So I'm sure there have been instances where perhaps the staffing level was in retrospect not sufficient, but we never would send any less than 2, never any less than 4 on an overnight trip, with the view that somebody may have to come back with a student. In terms of the washroom situation, depending on the setting, if it's a sporting event, for example, there would be more people that would be available to supervise children should someone have to absent themselves with one of the students, or a pair of students could be sent as well. So there's a variety of ways, but we will undertake to review the general administrative procedure in this case and bring it back if anything beyond reminding staff is required in terms of changes.
And again, I'm not insinuating that staff don't think about situation. I think that sometimes they just don't think about the situation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lucy, you have any question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Is it my
Okay.
turn? My turn?
Go ahead.
Okay. Through the chair, I was at the parent council meeting of one of the schools I represent, an elementary school, and parents were very concerned or very upset that they are not able to watch the school sports games that their children participate into, and also it's being held in their school. And their question is, if they're troublemakers, why can't we just ban those troublemakers instead of banning everyone? So I was just wondering if we could revisit this policy or gap. That parents are really not able to watch their children when they play the sports, where they're going, and that's one of the concerns they have. The other thing that's related to this, through the chair, is we receive an email that was sent to us by a group that has a permit in one of our schools. Again, they're raising the issue on why the parents is not able to attend the games. That is, they have to bring their child to that game and to our school that they're having a permit on, but they're not able to watch the game. So again, the question came up, like, is there a possibility of revisiting this policy where we only ban the people who are constantly troublemaker? Through the chair.
To the chair, the limitation to spectators in the game is not necessarily because there may be challenges at the meeting. It's more around, or at the event. It's more around whether or not the space, the capacity is there. We do, however, or we have, however, as a senior staff, entered into discussion to see if there's some kind of way that we can surmount those challenges so that parents can spectate. But for example, in the past, we were able to sit the students from teams on the gym floor. That is no longer allowed under safety rules from OFIA, which means that the students have to be up on the stage. We used to be able to put the students on the floor, have the parents on the stage, so that there is a delineable barrier, for lack of a better word, between students and parents. But some of our facilities do not allow for that. So we understand the importance of parents wanting to share in the joy of the activity that children are playing, and we are committed to taking it back and trying to see whether we can find some solutions for it. But I do want to caution, though, that some of this really is limited by safety of students and the space in the gym.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Director. And I will share that we're looking at it, and it's also based on the capacity of our gym. Mr. Chair, I have a couple more questions. Could I proceed? Okay. So I also attended the council meeting of a secondary school that I represent, together with trustees Bruno Enica and Stefano Pascucci. At this meeting, the parents raised an issue that when a parent makes a donation, the amount was reduced by 7%. And I know we just talked about all these donation, and apparently the donation is like a check. We're very thankful for the donation, but apparently now they're finding that it's being deducted 7%, like an admin fee. Would you kindly clarify that for me?
So through the chair, thank you for bringing this forward. It would be good to know the actual location so we could look into the situation. There should never be a deduction of the range you are indicating. The only deduction that has ever happened from any donation is the cost recovery fee, which is associated with either using the credit card payment or the debit payment, and that is 2%, and it has been since we implemented the school cash online system.
Okay.
So that's the only, and that's really for the back end fees that we have to pay for the credit card processing process that has to take place.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that information. I will email you the name of the school. There's both an elementary, a representative from elementary, and also for the secondary school that mentioned that at the meeting where I was in. So I will email you the name of the schools. Okay? Thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, last question. At the same secondary school council meeting, a presentation was done by the regional field nurse on the dangers of vaping. With a lot of issues on vaping happening in our schools, washrooms, it was discussed that they would like to encourage schools to do the same presentations, not just to the parents, but to the students. So they will know the dangers of vaping. There's just minimum amount of data right now that would relate it very close to the danger of smoking. But it was felt that it will be a very good idea to start encouraging our secondary school principals or even elementary schools, apparently it's happening, to start looking at making the dangers of vaping part of a parent engagement that they can do. And it could be something that similar to human trafficking that we could also take this on as a CSAC project, as an engagement, parent engagement project. Is that something you think that can be looked at and can be done? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we can certainly ensure that that information is shared broadly, and we encourage schools to access the organizations that can support them in that regard.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Director. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Bruno, is a same one? No. Okay, then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to staff, I'm going to ask, how are the cafeterias going? Okay?
Through the chair, as we started this year, the trustees would know that we have 3 different service providers for our cafeteria services in all 25 secondary schools. The startup, there were a few bumps along the way, but we're now into November. Things have been going much better. We have our own staff visiting sites on a regular basis, meeting with the providers, and really encouraging our administrators to make those connections and relationships with the service providers, because they are operating in their schools. So the more in-touch communications they have, that builds that relationship as well. Our staff continue to meet with them, meet with the providers. I know a lot of things have been reviewed and enacted to make sure that everyone is following the contract and providing what they're supposed to be providing. So as far as we know, things are going very well right now. Not to say there isn't a few bumps that continue to happen, but we are meeting with them regularly and keeping everyone on track.
Thank you. And a follow-up question. So are they meeting the requirements for staffing? Have they reached out to our student population yet for surveys as per the RFP?
So through the chair, we're not aware that they're running into staffing issues this year compared to what they were running into in the last year. I think they had a few glitches starting up, but my understanding is staffing is at a good level right now. The survey, the contract requires the survey to be done within the first year. So in order to give the providers just enough time to get up and running and operating regularly, I believe our suggestion is for the formal survey to be done springtime. We are encouraging on the ground, informal type surveys, just to ask the students, how's it going? What do you like? What do you not like? What would you like to see? And that can be done by our providers and also by our own staff administrators.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mario.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I was alluding to earlier is that I'd like to talk to about this issue at the next bylaw meeting we're gonna do. With the changes of the residential areas from going to different companies that have rent out their places and they're in and out and people are in and out, et cetera, it's gonna play havoc with numbers, play havoc where you're gonna grow your number of students or where the growth will be within a system. Is it possible for us to take a look and see what organizations are doing with transient homes? Not specifically just them, but other places of dwelling, as in keeping with what's been launched by, I think it's Bill 53 or 58 or something for terms of building houses faster, quicker, or something like that, whatever it's called. Essentially, what I want to do is get ahead of a potential issue. Because if there's a couple places I know on one street, there's 2 homes like that, and the children are coming and going and what have you. So there's something coming around, and I'm just around the corner right now. I'd like to maybe just sit down, say, okay, this is what I'm thinking. Is it worth their while to even consider looking at it? Because if these numbers come in, the students are coming in and going in and out, it's going to cause havoc with us, especially when we have empty schools and potentially a fuller school, et cetera. I know I'm just rambling, but it's one of those things that it's forming in the future, and I can see it coming. Well, I'll talk to somebody down there, but I would like to talk about it at length at the next bylaw or the one after that. It doesn't really matter.
Bruno?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the director, with regards to the request about master Dufferin Peel gaming certificate and all of the schools falling under the master agreement holder, has there been any update on that?
Through the chair, with apologies. I know Council Beck is not here this evening, but I'll follow up with her.
Apologies aren't required, but thank you for the follow-up. Thank you, Mr.
There is no more questions, then we are going to be moving in camera. I have a 10 minutes break.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that,
Moved by Stefano.
no, before we do that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to go past 11 o'clock if possible, or if needed. I don't know if we need it or not. Too early? We'll wait. I'll move the motion to go on camera.
And second by Darrell. All in favor? Okay.
What time are we coming back?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Motion to rise out of in camera.
Report. Approval of in-camera board minutes, receipt of in-camera committee
Through the
minutes.
chair, we
Yes.
need a motion to rise out of in
Oh,
camera.
okay. Okay. Moved by Stefano and second by Mario, all in favor? Okay. Anybody opposed? Carried. Okay.
Report
Report.
now.
Approval of in-camera board minutes, receipt of in-camera committee minutes, receipt of administrative appointment and transfers, questions asked by trustees of in-camera nature, and the approved recommendation to the Board of Trustees from the in-camera committee of the whole. Okay. Then there's a three motions that the Board of Trustees approve to defer the report of St. Gertrude Catholic Elementary School pending further information. Moved by Darrell, second by Herman. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried. The Board of Trustees approve the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board declare the Brian J. Fleming Catholic Adult Learning Center located at 870 Queen Street West in the city of Mississauga surplus to the needs of the board. Moved by Luz and second by Bruno, all in favor. Anybody opposed? It's carried. That the Board of Trustees approve the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board proceed the disposition of Brian J. Fleming Catholic Adult Learning Center to the Ontario Regulation 444-98 of the Education Act 1990. Moved by Darrell, second by Bria, all in favor. Anybody opposed? It's carried. That the Board of Trustees approve the letter to the Minister of Education dated November 28, 2023. Moved by Stefano, second by Luz, all in favor. Anybody opposed? It's carried. Now to have the motion to adjourn, moved by Ola and second by Darrell, all in favor. Anybody opposed? Carried. Okay, good night.